It's that time again. Time for a stream. Trying out Tuesday. So far, so good. I've been feeling like playing some Rogue Trader. So hey, I figure might as well. I got the extra time, I got the extra stream slots. Might as well get started on a playthrough of it. I was planning to slot it into Sunday after I got Morta done.
Anon says hello.
Hello, Roll. But then I gave away one of my shifts, so I suddenly had all this time to do things with. So there we are. Now I should note that I've played like first couple of hours. I've gone through and gotten the Fishwife, and got like halfway through getting the Tech Priest. But aside from that, I have not played this game a whole lot. So let's start a new one. Starting with the DLCs we have so far on. I think I might go for normal difficulty because it seems easy enough. And let's go and build a custom character. I want to do a Psyker. Don't have any... I got that, but... I think that'll be okay, as far as a Psyker. And again... Do I want to go for the fat bastard? Just go there.
I'll see you terminated! Lance batteries, volley!
Didn't see that one coming, did you?
Time for a round of space regicide! Death's hand reaches for me.
I mean, really, I can have whatever hair I want. This, I want to fit this, this guy. It looks like he has an augmentation on his left side, on the eye. Okay, we'll go for this. As for alignment,
Behold the wrath of madness. Curiosity.
Let chaos paint the star.
Watch this spectacle unfold. What curiosity
You know what?
unveils itself before me?
I'm just gonna go for no voice. I have a feeling that would get very annoying. Eyebrows. Proper aristocratic beard. Actually... I have an idea. Thinking of using my channel avatar as the thing. Go in. Show a few extra large icons. Copy. Paste. So then I need 260 by 336. Let's see, image. So how are you doing today, Wool? As I see about getting a custom thing together. Three, 6. 260. Oh, nice. Save as tar small. Four, 4, 8 by 600.
Wol_Anon says doing alright, crickets on, day 4 of 5 of the last test of the summer.
Ah. As avatar medium. And full length is 1080 by 1480. Tar. Then pop back into the game, refresh. Oh, okay, I need to do it as the names of things. Now I want to change. Oh, don't. Tar, medium, just medium. Full, the full length.
Wol_Anon says it's looking very good for us right now.
Good to know. There we go. The worm! I am in. Now, the face is fine. I don't want to fuck around with aspects too much. hair. I think that will do. Actually, I should put together a poll. And the neutral. Out, so make it large enough to actually see the start poll button. There we go.
Macro cannons! Volley!
One more. Origin. Want to be a Seeker. So I want Wisdom. Or Willpower. Humanity's finest. Fellowship. Wisdom. All characteristics. Never stop shooting. Each time a Fortress Royal character kills an enemy, they gain +10 stacks. Never stop shooting. At the start of their turn, there is a stacks % chance. The first attack of the round costs 0 AP. For a Fortress World, actually. Combat Addict. Ballistic skill, perception, and willpower while in combat. But less out of combat. Less intelligence, fellowship, and perception, willpower. Hail of Steel. Spirit Magazine, Never Stop Believing. Willpower, Familiar Kickback. Yeah, let's go for that. Sanctioned Psyker. Let's see. Biomancy. Generation. I like the idea of being able to heal. Invigorate. Warp speed. Metabolic overcharge. Telepath gives dominate. Psychic assault. Stun. Will I make them move closer to you? Stun a bunch of people. Mind bond. Sensory deprivation. blinded or penalty, mind rupture. Basically all about debuffing, Sanctic, Purge Soul, just direct damage. Which is really good against Chaos, Drakari, which is good against Xenos, better against Chaos and Drakari, and really good against demons. And also better against anything that's already been damaged by Psycho or Psycho's allies. These damage bonuses also affect any damage bonuses from other sources. It does not affect targets that lack souls, though. Light of the Emperor for a heal. And someone needs to be under the effects of Ward of the Emperor. Improving Resolve, Hammer of the Emperor. Gain Hammer of the Emperor next time they deal damage. It's increased. Shield of the Emperor. Allies affected by Ward of the Emperor. Pyromancer, I think, is just the direct damage. Diviner is buffing. This is and Biomancer is healing. Inflicts damage. My talents. My attacks. And including attacking psychic powers. So enfeeble. You know, I think I will go for Biomancer. Because that with biophysical distortion and enfeeble will help with things. My greatest triumph. Apex of Brilliance. Upon solving the mystery of a powerful, psychically active Xeno artifact, you have managed to destroy the creation of countless enemies of humanity. Awareness. Shadow of Torment. An error during the sanctioning process brought you many hours of agony. Reducing my lore warp a little. Also, backseating, actually, I should probably put that in the description or something, but backseating is fine. Especially for early build stuff. I kind of have an idea of what I'm doing, but not really. So operative, intelligence, perception, definer, expert unit, or weaknesses. Soldier. Or just guns and stuff. Awareness. Also being able to attack a lot. Which I think will be useful for ballistic skill. Which should help my abilities? I don't know how... So until the end of combat, all targets within the area suffer penalties to agility and increased incoming damage. And they suffer toxic damage at the start of each turn. Sanguine Siphon. Every time a Psyker deals damage, they gain +1 stack of Sanguine Siphon. If damage is dealt to a target adjacent to the Psyker, they gain +2 stacks instead. When the Psyker suffers lethal damage, the stacks of Siphon are reduced to reduce this damage by 1 for each stack, until either all stacks are removed or the damage is no longer lethal. For immunity, deterioration. Whenever an effect applied by the Psyker increases the damage suffered by a target, this is increased by half. Should be really good for enfeeble. So, characteristics. I got 6 to give. Ballistic skill and willpower. Although I should check Pyromancer. Firestorm. Molten Beam. Nah, Biomancer. Ranged attacks. You know. Maybe agility? Initiative, judge, chance, and reaction. Intelligence. The lower warp. Not that great at, not a friendly fellow. I think I'll just go for the sword. 'Cause I don't think it makes a huge difference. Bishop Fortune, Unforgiven, Guardian of the Brink, Fear of the Faithless, Exile of Kalmantir. What to call it? Let's just call it the Augustine. And as a Fortress World. I think they are ready to get started. Looks like our alignment is going to be either loyalist or neutral, depending on which I'm feeling. I'll go ends of the poll when I get to the first choice.
An excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
Have we met?
Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtveer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencias. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
He bows his head and focuses his attention on you. My name is Azathoul, and so as to avoid any misunderstanding, I am a sanctioned Psyker.
I am aware of that fact. It would have been unacceptable negligence to have overlooked such a detail when compiling your profile. Fate bestowed upon you powers of witchcraft, and a duty to use them for the good of the Imperium. Yours is truly an unenviable lot. I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencias, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with Her Ladyship. Bear it with honor.
Lord Captain, strange title for Lady Theodora.
Such are the traditions of the Imperium. Lord Captain is the title that was established in the annals of the Lex Imperialis at the time when the first rogue traders entered the Gold Emperor's service, and therefore, it is sacrosanct.
Why am I aboard this vessel? Why have you brought me here?
So that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the rogue trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor. Your former position may have been different from conventional service as part of one of the institutions of the Imperium, but from now on, a different fate awaits you. One chosen for you by the Lord Captain. I advise you to come to terms with this reality as quickly as possible.
Look, I'm right in front of my own face. Actually, one second. Stop jumping around. This will be fine. You have a curious title, Master of Whispers. What are your responsibilities?
To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valancius. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of others.
Tell me about the one whose ship I have found myself on.
I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back, especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention. Suffice it to say that her ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities.
You say I'm one of the rogue trader's heirs, so there's another candidate?
There is, and you will meet him soon enough.
I assume you have some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let's address it.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord Captain and Master Ethelthrad von Valancius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
Here we go. Got ourselves a stub revolver. Because, of course, we have to have gun. Massive conference table, obviously crafted from real wood, a resource of incredible value aboard a void ship. Praise be to the machine god, says the technomat. May his will strengthen my heart, and may my humble deeds be for the benefit of humanity. Candlelit altar with a copy of the 2,348th volume of the Lex Imperialis, the Codex of the Sacred Laws of the Imperium. Game auto saved.
One of the von Valancius trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after after your audience with the Lord Captain?
What's happening? Run! The servitors have gone berserk!
Oh no! Destroy the out-of-control servitor. Okay. Start the battle. Iron arm. Iron gun. Extra attack costs. Gain 3 MP. Shift 2. Take a couple of shots. Space to continue moving. When did penalty to the ballistic skill and cannot use running gun? Use through the familiar? Oh, you can have a familiar. Minor psychic. Veil degradation. Stuff up. That's a crew. That didn't do any good. Are you gonna do anything other than buff, Conrad? Oh, there you go.
Of the Imperium!
Shift 1 on myself. And then take the shot. And reload. Ow.
To the heretics!
Scarcely believe it on a day like
What
this.
suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
See, without taking his eyes off the bodies on the floor, Votvir removes the Voxcaster from his belt and speaks a few quick orders into the device. Then he turns to you. No one was allowed to enter the premises. Stations.
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
He gives a curt bow. Tarantulas sentry gun, constructed with the blessing of the Adeptus Mechanicus using a standard template construct, and the manufactorums of Kiavaca. Wires in the servitor's head are still smoldering. It would seem the cause of this malfunction was the short-circuiting of the motive force. Lemon Rust tank, reclaimed and restored by the grace of the God Emperor, the first to breach the capital walls during the pacification of Vortes Chiton. Violet alloy, which, upon closer examination, turns out to be a handcrafted object. Symbols carved with the primitive tool are visible on the surface. A black shard resembling obsidian. If you look closely, you can just discern a strange, barely perceptible glow inside the artifact. A massive golden amalgam interspersed with sparkling particles. The stone on the pedestal is no doubt solid, but its surface shimmers and changes hues, as if someone has captured a piece of turbulent sea within the rock. Strange object that resembles sea coral. Porous surface is pitted, a sign that it has been underwater. A gray-green crystal with white veins. A low hum can be heard coming from the artifact. One second. Look at the controls. Oh. New formations. Options. Controls. General. Tab to highlight objects. This exhibit is unfinished. Another symbol of House von Valancius's valor will be displayed here at some point in the future. That seems to be that. It's Conrad. On we go. So there's the lift. And another lift. Can't go past here? Nope. Crew officer. Beg your pardon, your lordship. After the incident with the servitor, the passage is closed to everyone until the arch-militant says otherwise. Fresh injury. Remove from the medikit. Turn to full injury. Too many injuries reduces resolve and can cause traumas.
That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide. Practically an admission of heresy.
Says the man dressed in peculiar garb, his voice tight with tension. His face, half of which is covered by a sin skin, is twisted in a grimace of displeasure and belief.
Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 6, Edelthrad?
The tall, gray-haired woman pins him with her gaze, her cybernetic eye flashing crimson. Survey the room. Your first impression of Edelthrad, who appears to be about 30 years old, is of parchment-like skin stretched over a tightly bundled mass of sinew, implants, and bone. The nervously twitching fingers, the face twisted by a slight tic, and the jerky movements are all signs of some illness or defect that has taken over his physical form. Sorry about that. Sudden phlegm attack. In contrast to Ethelthred, Theodora's features appear as if they were carved from marble, eternal and indestructible. Head raised high, proud posture, hands clasped casually behind her back. Everything seems to emphasize the difference in status between her and Ethelthred. Next to the two of them, you see two more men. One is a gray-haired officer of impeccable bearing who is studying the contents of his data slate. The other is a behemoth bristling with holsters and baldricks containing all manner of weapons.
Our second candidate has joined us. Approach and give me your answer.
The dry female voice and the powerful feeling of being watched force you to look at Theodora. The rogue trader is looking straight at you, and her gaze, like herself, is predatory and oppressive.
Consider this hypothetical situation. Ion 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronis expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crew sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure?
There are ways to confirm whether what is happening on Aeon 6 is witchcraft or not. It might cost several psychers to do so, but it will give us the answer.
Thorough, but presumptuous. It took me a great deal to find one psyker who could serve me well for many years. Yet you speak of several.
Sanctioned psychers are rare and valuable instruments of the Golden Throne. Or do you suggest that we use heretics, who are an offense to the God Emperor's light? It would be rather careless of you to utter such profanity in the presence of his faithful servants.
He looks at you with the warmth of a snake before saying this. We're both servants of the God Emperor and Lady Theodora. Does it become of anyone of our status to engage in petty feuds?
Even among his flock, not all are of a piece. I suggest you familiarize yourself with that fact before you are sorely...
Ethelthred, I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview.
I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time.
He bows ceremoniously and takes his leave without sparing you another look.
So, why are you here?
See, there are questions that I wish to have answered.
You are direct. I approve. But you will have to wait. There is something I want you to understand first. My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo of Scaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity. And my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. The warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness, beyond the Imperium, and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign, and bow death and ruin to us all. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon, resources, people, riches, and mysteries, is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you are one of those with von Valancius blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes.
I'm ready to take on this sacred purpose.
Oh yes, you would be, wouldn't you? The question is, am I ready to choose you over the rest? You came aboard hours before the warp jump, and have not yet distinguished yourself in any way. As things currently stand, I have doubts that you are suitable for the role of rogue trader. Bloodright alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Kunrad Voitvir served me for many years before he made his mistake.
Did I hear correctly? The Master of Whispers is related to you?
His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name von Valancius, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. Voitvir's performance in his current role is satisfactory. Or it used to be, at least.
One of? Does that mean there are other heirs?
Naturally. Some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Edelthrad may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his shoulders. However, I have a good feeling about him as a candidate.
If you're satisfied with him, then what sense is there in having this conversation? Why are you wasting your time on me?
Impatience. I am rather fond of impatient people. They are not as quick to resign themselves to circumstance and more eager to show initiative. Even if I do choose Edelthrad as my successor, I will still require loyal advisors. The skills and knowledge you acquired in your former life may prove invaluable here, in the Coronis Expanse. It says in your profile that you bear the brand of sorcery. Albeit sanctioned sorcery that is permitted in the service of the Imperium. I am accustomed to the presence of psychers at my side. More than that, I value their unique abilities highly. Perhaps that is why I am so intrigued by Edelthrad's candidacy. A rogue trader psyker could achieve great things indeed. However, psychers are fragile creatures. And as such, I would rather have a replacement standing ready in the event that something happens to Edelthrad. Moreover, your remarkable mental abilities were noted in your profile. If you can find a way to exhibit them in the service of the von Valancius dynasty, well, so much the better.
Thank you for clarifying. May I ask my questions now?
I have some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge.
The Vox affixed to Theodora's outfit suddenly comes to life, but all you can hear is an unintelligible noise. She winces, shuts off the transmission, and gives you an imperious nod. Navigator, translation. What are these things you speak of?
Sometimes I forget that people without direct access to a ship's bridge may not know the first thing about how a void ship travels between the stars. Vessels such as this one are capable of leaving real space and traversing into the warp, an otherworldly dimension of cruel and unthinkable forces. By entering it under the protection of the Gellerfield, we shorten the route to our destination, crossing distances that would require hundreds of years in a matter of weeks instead. Sometimes in days or even hours. That is how humanity spread across the galaxy. That is how we were able to build the Imperium, which spans millions of stars.
That took place on the officer's deck. Some servitors went berserk and attacked the crew.
Is that so? Perhaps the technomats were careless during maintenance. Or it could be the warp playing tricks on us in spite of the Gellerfield. Or perhaps there is something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all.
Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff.
Well, the gray-haired, says Abelard, the gray-haired officer, and gives the rogue trader a look of cautious disapproval.
Enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Idira eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. This ship is ancient. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folks speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live.
Where is your ship headed?
The Rykad system, the domain of rogue trader Winterscale, one of my peers, and rivals. Besides me, 2 other rogue traders exist in the Coronis Expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valancius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. I set the course for Rykad on the demand for a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet apprise you of the purpose for this voyage, but now is not the time.
What are my current responsibilities?
Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you as I did for Edelthrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide.
Gracious Lord Captain, surely there are ways I can prove myself a worthy heir?
You can start by not asking questions of this sort. I have no need for sycophants. I will draw my conclusions when an opportunity to prove yourself arises. As for when you will be granted that opportunity, only the God Emperor knows.
I have no more questions.
In that case, I shall head to... Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
And here it is. Been ambushed. The battle begins.
Don't touch me! Holy Imperium!
Weapon at the ready. Die! I serve the ruined powers! Out of my way!
Okay. Let's go get behind some cover. Take a couple of shots. Advance.
Such is the will of chaos! Look out!
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. Break them all! For the glory of the Imperium!
Let's continue into here. Reload. And go ahead and buff herself.
For now. That's gotta hurt!
Here comes the guards.
Mort! Take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single whoreson survive. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh? Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel.
She looks at the box in her hand. All you can hear is lifeless static. What are your orders?
Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the Arch-Militant requires aid. And be quick about it.
Off we go. The massive metal structure never stops moving for a moment. Light bounces off the orbits and figures representing celestial bodies. I don't think there's going to be any loot this early on. Well, that's not going to be anything. So once we're done with the right, I want to look at the Logisticar's reports. We understand what's happening on the decks, but during the warp jump and the corporations preceding it. Heretic's body's riddled with holes and provides single shotgun. Lies smoking in his hands. Cast a Sarback, aggressive shoulder shot on point blank range. Master at arms.
Thank Providence you are alive and well.
Always on time, eh, Coonrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it.
Mort, pull yourself together.
He pointedly looks away from the Arch-Militant to me.
What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away.
He pulls his Vox from the belt and hurriedly reports on the situation.
Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Voxmaster is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report!
I have not yet received word from the Engineerium regarding any Geller field failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only Voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny.
I'm gonna take a break real quick. I'll be right back. Mutiny? Who would attempt a mutiny in the warp?
Lunatics, fools, heretics. This ship houses thousands upon thousands of people. Pernicious thoughts and warp-induced delusions could have tainted any one of them. It is a difficult notion to accept, but such risks are inescapable. First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator's sanctum are secure. And I have the means to do both things at once.
Expression changes as her eyes flash.
Edelthrad,
Honestly.
where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons.
I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on Transitional Deck 18.
Blast it! Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Tlas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch-Militant, with me. I must go to my study. And it appears we might encounter heretics along the way.
Theodora glances at you thoughtfully.
If I may, Lord Captain. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the House as the esteemed Arch-Militant, and taking into consideration Edelthrad's psychic powers.
Then it's settled. Find Edelthrad and bring him here. In whatever state you find him. This elevator leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand?
So hear and obey, Lord Captain.
Then move out! Mort, come.
Are you ready to head to 18? It is a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear.
I shall make do. Lead the way.
Of course you will. Lady Theodora would never have someone she couldn't rely on as one of her heirs. But that is no longer relevant.
Something hits you hard with a sharp crackle, and you are consumed by an unbearable gut-wrenching pain. Smack. I promised you a special destiny, Azathoul. It is time to fulfill it. To the upper decks we go.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warrant Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
What very two-faced scum? You're the one behind this mayhem.
How perceptive of you. I'll help you with the next insight. I need you here for your blood. You have the option to share it voluntarily, or I will squeeze it out of you myself. We are in the anteroom of the Warrant Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates to the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, An ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
Use your psychic powers against Votvir. Close your eyes and try to focus, and you feel the touch of something sharp. Votvir has somehow sensed a shift in the warp and delivered a preemptive strike. The blade flashes in the dim light, and drops of blood appear on your palm. For a brief moment, you feel nauseous. Your head is spinning, and then quiet whispers begin to flood your mind. More and more sourceless voices echo each other, drowning out your own thoughts and replacing them with a single urge. Go to the gate. Go to the gate. Fight the voice in your head. Get out. I am not your puppet. Voices in your head giggle and mock your desperate outcry. You feel this intruding influence, forcing you onto your feet and making you take a step towards the gate looming in the center of the chamber. You could not resist. In the gateway arch, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. The sentinel turns his head to one of its eyes sockets lighting up with two ember-like irises. Tech use. Examine the device. You carefully inspect the design of the gate cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is a strange alloy that was used as material for the machine's components, some of which are unfamiliar to you. You suspect this might be some kind of archaeotype relic. Servitor at the gate begins to move. With a screeching and groaning of metal, it leans forward, closer to you. Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. Its mouth is filled with sharp metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. The big screen to the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on a green background. A whisper runs through your consciousness. Wounded by the corrupted weapon, which led to a warp entity invading your mind. Your consciousness demanding sacrifice. The voice that fills your head after a Votivir wounded you with his blade did not go away. On the contrary, their source coiled itself into a tight knot somewhere in the depths of your mind. Look for anything that could be used as a weapon. Look around in hopes of finding at least something that could work as a weapon. You search in vain. The chamber ante-room is completely empty and in perfect working condition. An area broken panel or protruding piece of rebar in sight. Look back.
Did you forget something? I suggest you hurry.
Examine the sentinel. The servitor looks noticeably different from the ones you're used to. Skinned, covered, is stitched together with copper thread, and has metal hinges in place of the standard joints. It seems that the creators of the Sentinel did everything to ensure the service life of this unit would be much longer than that of ordinary automatons. Place your hand in the Sentinel's maw. The Sentinel's jaws clamp around your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall onto the servitor's throat, and immediately you hear humming as the servo motors start up and the pumps stir into motion. The fid screens of the cogitator flickers. Several long minutes pass, the Sentinel's jaws remain closed, and you are beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath. Maybe even close your eyes and pretend none of this has ever happened.
High levels of caustic humus. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
You do not understand where this quiet voice is coming from, crackling like static. Is it the Sentinel? The cogitator? Is it a figment of your weary mind? Whichever it is, you can clearly hear every word. Yes, I do require assistance. Pain shoots through your head and subsides just quickly. It would seem the entity coiled in your consciousness does not have the ability to do any real harm.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
There is still another way!
Off he goes. Check the warrant chamber. The enormous gates match the importance of the thing they protect. The massive doors are made of Heavy metal and look incredible. Let it be known that by my will and by the true words of this document, I appoint this person to be the bearer of the warrant of trade, and bestow upon them and their dynasty the great mission, to be the paragon of humanity, unbroken by adversity, to walk bravely first into darkness, and to unite and reclaim what was lost, to triumph over nightmares untold, to hold boldly the reins of fate, to walk steadily the road of thorns, through pain to greatness.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
The servo of skulls creaking gradually turns into comprehensible words. I need a weapon. I'm utterly defenseless.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
It goes silence, its relays clicking. Second after second pass, and you realize that the servo skull will not answer you. I need to contact someone, preferably through a door.
Frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
Master, restore communication with the navigator's sanctum. I am trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head...
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
What madness is happening here? Who are you? Who addresses me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel standing by.
Are you the Warrant Sentinel?
Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
Lead me away from
Middle
here.
and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
Seal the warrant chamber.
Run, fools, or fall!
Hell yeah. The most based man alive.
Master! Whatever are you doing in the warrant chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me! What is the meaning of this?
Seneschal Abelard Orsarian has lost some of his former polish. His forehead is sweating, and one of the sleeves of his coat is torn and soaked through with blood. Nevertheless, despite his heavy breathing, he stands firm and his gaze is demanding, albeit somewhat surprised. He surveys the carnage around him, his brow furrows, and he places a hand on his weapon. Conrad Vaudevere is a traitor. When we parted ways on the officer's deck, he stunned me somehow and brought me here.
What?
His eyes widen. He's clearly serving the unholy gods of the warp.
Serving the gods of the war? Kunrad is a heretic. Oh, Voidfair, you void rat.
Shakes his head.
Madness. And this mutiny is likewise his doing, no doubt.
They openly admitted that he's the mastermind behind the mutiny.
Saints' blood! And it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, Master. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster. You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And, for the love of the throne, Now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
And it gives me some equipment. That I can't even use. Stores 13 wounds. I presently have 2. Old injury. Health medkit requires passing a medici. Las gun and a flak chest. Need medici investment field medic, base skill medici, or death ward. But I can equip it on you and have you use it on me.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, that is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it all. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
What exactly is going wrong with the translation?
I am no helmsman. Oh, God Emperor preserve me, navigator. However, I have spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Gellerfield has faltered. Perhaps the navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the warp. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet.
How did you find me?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Voxcast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
I think the Warren Sentinel may have sent that message. It appeared when I opened the chamber.
Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort. The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
What can we expect to find in the Navigator's Sanctum?
During warp transit, the Sanctum is closed to all who are not involved in traversing the Empyrean. And for good reason. For the Navigator to open their third eye and perceive the way, the Sanctum must be bathed in the energies of the Immaterium. Only a Navigator can withstand such an ordeal. For the rest of us, any contact with the warp is fraught with perils such as loss of sanity, spontaneous mutations, and death.
Abelard does not bat an eye, as he lists all the horrors you are about to face. I heard one of Theodora's Voxcasts.
Lady Theodora's. Which one? The last one I received was about the Navigator's Sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well, and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course.
For the Imperium and humanity, lead the way, Seneschal.
Come.
He nods and approves.
To arms, loyal sons and daughters of the God Emperor! Fight the heresy
The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward!
You will die under the dark powers! Next offering!
Run, fools, or fall!
Surrender to the dark powers!
And I'll continue sitting back. So you got charge. Brace for impact. Being braced. It's your deflection for each archetype. Cleave.
It will be done. An exemplary strike. I will do my duty.
That's him. This is me. Seeing any ranged attacks. So first, let's get Iron Arms on Abelard. Shift 2 to get a couple free shots.
Death to the weak! Death to non-believers!
My ears are ringing.
Chaos guides me!
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Oh, hundreds of them to crowd on my guy. Can't charge.
At your beck and reduced to dust.
Don't take control. Miss completely. Oh. Nice. It's my turn.
It will be done.
Nice. Shift 2 to get another shot off.
Pain and duty go hand in hand. One fewer target.
That's combat. Got levels on both my guys. Neither of whom are wounded, so that's good. Can I apply the levels yet? I've pressed that. Rank available there. Station, biography. Vertical, iconoclast, or dogmatic. Drusians, Explorators, Cosbellica, Mission, Fellowship of the Void, Imperial Navy. So then, get another skill. Let's see, it doesn't really scale with anything. Do I actually start with Never Stop Shooting? Apex of Brilliance, Torment Iron, Fortress World. I do. Biomancer. Flagship abilities. Let's actually get trained in Medicaid. Maybe Lore Warp would be better. Medicaid would let me use medkits. Demolitions might be useful. Awareness to actually see traps. I'm gonna go for Lore Warp. Then you, Warrior. Demolition, Coercion. Fellowship, your highest is Toughness, followed by Strength and Weapon Skill. Getting up in Athletics might be a good idea. You fill that out. Your Dogmatic Iconoclast. Oh, looks like there's stuff to loot, maybe. Yes, there is. Las Pistol does a little bit more damage. I think has... yeah, half the range. Just don't collect it all. Looks like we're neck and neck for what alignment to go with. To the Navigator's Sanctum.
I hear it here on the threshold of the blinded guide. Doom comes from the heavens.
Master, watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
Sorry, old man. Their voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... oh, Abala, how they sing.
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valancius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
The entity in your consciousness shrinks and curls in deeper, its claws scraping against the walls of your mind, as if the presence is trying to hide from the seer standing before you. Diviner, are you?
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud. And you You, Fawn Valancius, are a sorcerer too. Just like the other one. Lady Theodora must have grown so fond of psychers she wants one to replace her.
Officers frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officers' deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officers' deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Ethelthrat. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Ethelthrat's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it. You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
What are you doing here?
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the engineering, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
What? You don't mean the Engineer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
How do you know who I am?
What? You think Lady Theodora didn't ask me to peek into the darkness behind the backs of those she sees as her prospective heirs? I have seen you. I have seen the footsteps of your past and the wounds of your heart.
You flinch at the seer's words. No doubt she's referring to the nightmares, the tortures inflicted upon your body and mind. Your muscles contract involuntarily as if steeling themselves once more for the inevitable pain. You must see if the navigator is well.
Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity. But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
One piece of debris that almost proved fatal to you. Without Idira's prediction, you would have remained in this corridor forever. Here's the Vox skull. There's our navigator. And some assholes going after it.
I'm at your service.
Here we go again.
You'll make a suitable sacrifice.
So have you get in. I myself will start in cover. But not too far away. And Adira can be over here. So then, Adira. Group targets one on line of sight. Target immediately gains +2 XP. For warning an Abelard.
Will do.
Analyze enemies.
Was that you? Or...
Not the Scryer's job. That is not my destiny. I'm not so sure. Not the Scryer's job.
Alright, go and move up then. And then cast lightning over there. It's your turn.
Hold on!
I am your doom.
Just a minor setback.
Very well.
Indeed. Victory is imminent. I will do.
No warning. Yay! I think we're back now. Yay! Gonna get forewarning on
Roll underscore anon says back.
I don't know why my internet does that. I blame Portland.
Out of my way!
I took care of this one. Follow my lead.
Go! Strike. There we go. Vespiatus. The creature on the chair appears as if it has become one with its throne. You see pink parchment-like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exits through the two dark gill-like slits on its cheeks. The creature's eyes are shut, the two ordinary eyes as well as the third one that sits at the center of its forehead.
I believe Master Vespiatus still lives. Well, the servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive.
Address the navigator. Hey, are you alive?
Your time is short.
The navigator stirs, barely able to lift his head and half open his normal eyes. The dark drop rolls from under the closed lid of the third eye and down his face, leaving behind a black trail. Forward, then falls back onto the seat. The body between the body and the chair appears to be stronger than these wild impetuses. The mutant remains seated, but leans as far forward as he can.
Says down again.
Oh god!
Pisano Jack says and dead again.
Fuck! Oh, why does it keep doing this? Waiting. We got some. And it's going back down again. Back up. Fluctuating. Come on, internet. Stop being so...
Roll underscore anon says back.
Nope. Still getting chat messages, but...
Grumpisano Jack says back but lagging.
A strong delay on my end. King internet. As I slowly wait for the internet to come back, please. That's some. Anyway, remains seated, leans forward as far as he can. His layered raiment slowly turning crimson. The gill slits burst open, forming two hideous screaming mouth-like pits. The thing's just dead. Warp denies me. Steady. And
Azathuol says the warp denies B steady bandwidth.
what the hell is going on? Just waiting for the... Okay, there we go. We're back in the green. Is it actually good? Nope, back to the red. And dead. And just a little more. And green. And it stops dropping frames. I'll watch as it goes red again in a moment. Got a little bar indicators thing on OBS. Anyway, continue.
It came from beyond. His body is not his.
Your scream is echoed by the silent cries in your head. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigator succumbing to the paroxysms of corruption.
Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with myriads of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me.
The navigator continues to convulse violently in his seat, shrieking and cackling, but then his fit stops abruptly. His face is drenched in black and crimson. The wind has turned into a trickle, and from a trickle into a stream mixed with the blood coming out of his nose. There's purplish swelling around the eyes. Oh, come on!
Flee from this place while I still have the strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help.
I'm gonna take a break real quick. See if I can wait out the internet's instability. Fucking hell, man. No peace. Fucking microwave! Been causing all the instability. That's why it always happens around this time. Anyway, I got some dinner. That's good. Let's see. Navigator is still alive, but barely so. What do we do now?
The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman.
You just said that.
If he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelthrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the servo skull relayed to us earlier.
Vespaidas, good luck. And thank you.
She reaches out her hand towards the navigator, pulls it back at the last moment. Navigator does not give her a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under the closed eyelids, and the vox at the base of the chair is bellowing out with static and interspersed with distant echoes of otherworldly laughter. Navigator appears dead. Only the slight movement of his chest and twitching of his eyelids let you know that he's still clinging onto life. Scrappy auto gun. Worse damage, but has increased. Basically, all around worse. But I have a psychic staff. Wielder of the staff, power level 6, gains the lightning arc ability. Power level affects the damage of this weapon and plus 5 willpower. Simple X. Yeah. Did I grab Medicaid? No. Adira already has an offhand pistol. Still has some uses.
Whatever you wish.
Sure we're not missing any loot. Navigator's Sanctum is the private haven of the ship's guide through the warp and a death trap for anyone left inside after translation of the immaterial. Let's continue. The door does not budge. Clots of viscous flesh are entangling the metal and sealing the door shut. I need to go this way.
The sooner we start.
To the officer's deck.
Your ship's as good as ours! It's all over for you!
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot these...
I shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my emperor.
Hell yeah. Argenta, the white-haired warrior, turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hands, and for a brief moment, it seems she's not going to stop and will instead continue to eliminate every target she sees, starting with you.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you? The hour is dark and daunting. Ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the dark forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelthrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
Michelle is right. There's no time to talk.
Very well. We may leave it at that, for now. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
What is a warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas doing aboard a rogue trader's ship? Her order serves the Ecclesiarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
Let's get to the main hall of the deck.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
Who needs more powerful weapons for the coming battle? Make sure to find suit. Maybe something suitable can be found in
I
the
go where
officer's
the
deck.
whispers lead.
We'll go look at the goods. A well-maintained lasgun. Explosion blasted a hole through a door large enough for a person to get through. Some more goods here. We're going to get that lasgun equipped on myself. Let's see, what's it do? Is it just some extra damage and dodge reduction? Yeah, just this one damage. Cool. Door on her right. What do you got on you? Get yourself unfitting valor and an auto pistol. Cool. The door will not move an inch. This is blocked. We'll move forward through that door. In we go.
With fire and vigor, our Emperor, imbue us! Let the
There's the tool there. Argenta here. Abelard up there. There. And Adira there.
My faith shields me!
Chaos guides me.
My ears are ringing.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Have you? What's up,
Anything else?
Abelard? Psycho Shriek. Take out that assailant.
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
I guess analyze enemies.
Will do.
It's your turn.
The feeble.
I serve the ruinous powers.
Alright, Abelard. Let's get braced
At
for
your beck
impact
and
up.
call. It will be done. I'm not interested.
Out of my way.
And my turn. Do a decent bit of damage here. And again. Of course I miss. So let's shift 1 to buff up Abelard some more. Now then, you have Furious Recital. Gain up momentum. Grant momentum and gain zeal for free.
I'll do it. God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart! Doubt is for the weak.
No.
As the Emperor commands, none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
It's your turn. Shift 2 there to eliminate
Anything else? Farewell.
that. Some reinforcements. Some Darrow's turn.
The ruinous powers. I bring ruin.
Taking the pot shots at the air. That won't do.
At your beck and call.
Go ahead and take some shots.
I'll do it.
That one. Of course that misses. It's time for a little bit of warp lightning,
What an unfortunate turn of fate.
which unfortunately hits people I did not want it to hit. So, Evelar, it's time for a charge.
Indeed. One fewer target.
Wow. Can't hit shit. Can you at least? 28%, 71.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Wow. Okay.
Faith without deed is worthless. Strike is a prayer.
Just gonna have to burst fire, huh?
Just a minor setback. I've suffered worse.
Alright, Adira. Can't get anywhere with cover.
Will do. Be gone.
That guy before he starts causing trouble. It's gonna shift one.
But of course.
Gentle. Shift 3.
That is not my destiny.
So Abelarde, it's about time for another
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Reduced to dust!
As if it'll, see if we can get some lucky shots in. Hey! We got a lucky shot in. Junk. There are goods. Goods everywhere. Multi-key. Shine right set. Titles and authors are printed in gold on the spines of these books. The library contains works on Imperium theology, law codices, biographical sketches, and chronicles of the greatest military conflicts of the Coronis Expanse and the Calixis sector. Some more loot up there.
Pay attention.
Some more goods. Cogitator is silent. It seems its machine spirit is no longer being powered by the motive force. Let's do this logic thingamajig. Access to a place with more stuff for loot. Yes. Loot good. Operator's gloves. More to tech use and some melta charges. Oh. I'm going to put those gloves on. There's some more goods there.
Something ominous lurks ahead.
And let's see about opening that door. So apparently have plenty of tech use. Store the power supply. Azathoth open the other door.
Quiet! They're trying to tell me something.
Hey, medkit, not the charges. With the key and a shotgun. I think that'll be it there. Oh wait, now there's some more goods there. Cozy seating area is completely destroyed. Pieces of furniture and splinters are scattered everywhere. Dark stains cover the floor and upholstery.
I dare not provoke the whispers.
Load up here. Here then. Let's use that melta charge then.
I better myself through my service.
And everyone gets a level up. Giving Keystone Future Revel and Slaughter. Immediately removes the winded soldier immediately removes the winded effect until the end of combat. The soldier gains ballistic skills. This is after 3 kills. Counter not reset between rounds. Okay. Abelard as a warrior gets Endure. So the warrior's next turn they gain +2 deflection and +10 temporary wounds. Operative, expose weakness. The operative removes all exploits from the target, decreasing the enemy's dodge, parry, and armor, based on the number of exploits removed until the end of the operative's next turn. If this ability reduces the target's armor to 0, the operative removes only half the exploits from the target. And Argent. Also gets Revel and Slaughter. And we move forward. Map. I missed some loot apparently. No, I haven't. They shoot us or something? Can't say a thing. The roar of the flames rings in your ear, and the scorching smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, upping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You're surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, and yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps. And then you see the walking figure of the fire, the figure walking out of the fire towards you. It's Theodora.
Are you lost, my heir?
Her expression is calm, terrifyingly so for someone whose body is engulfed in an inferno. One of her hands is resting on the hilt of her power sword, and the other is raised in an inviting gesture.
An apparition. A sorceress apparition. Trickery of the warp.
Sister, you will lower your weapon. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous.
Despite his commanding tone, Abelard does not sound too confident. He's staring at the rogue trader, and you notice a muscle in his cheek twitching. It's impossible.
I doubt you are aware of the limits of what is possible. For your worldview is but an iota of what a rogue trader knows and sees. But I can tell that you would like me to share that knowledge with you. That power over reality. I can lead you out of these flames, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide.
Theodora watches you without blinking. Her snake-like gaze almost makes you forget about the fire searing you, or the burns on your skin. Her mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer, and that answer can be nothing other than acceptance.
Do not listen to this abomination. If there is naught but his light in your heart. If you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises. Nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul.
To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace.
The people! The survivors from the middle decks! We must help the crew! Lead them out! Find a way around!
Over the roaring flames, you hear distant sounds, frightened voices, screams, muffled and distorted, as if there were a body of water between you and them.
Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with Edel. What are we waiting for?
Well, since the pole is neck and neck, outside, dogmatic, walk through the fire. The Emperor will guide the righteous on their path. Thousands of needles pierce your consciousness, but are powerless to stop. You take a step forward, and the illusion breaks. The wave of excruciating pain crashes over you, and Theodora's voice fades into the firestorm. You hear the voices of your companions calling you from behind, and the screams of the weak dying in the inescapable blaze. The blinding inferno, the harrowing pyre, the all-consuming storm releases you as you step out, barely able to stay on your feet. The blood is pounding in your ears, drowning out the world around you. Your eyes, caked in soot and burnt eyelashes, refuse to open. Free from the flames, you take 2 more steps before collapsing to your knees. The rush of blood in your temples and the horrible pain all over your scorched body cloud your mind, before suddenly retreating. as if driven away by some mighty will. A new strength spreads through your veins, and despite the wounds, your body is once more ready for trials and struggle. You open your eyes and see, aglow with warm light before you, the Aquila, the sacred symbol of the Imperium. In the next moment, you're struck with another realization, a repulsive presence, the one that has plagued your mind since Vatvir wounded you is gone. Fire seems to have burned the entity away without a trace.
Master, can you hear me? Oh, you're alive. Which is more than I was expecting after what you just did.
A familiar voice cuts through the din and the pounding. Seneschal Adelard Wersarian is leaning over you, peering into your face with a look of worry. He notices your gaze and breathes a sigh of relief.
Praise the Emperor! We passed through the flames! How can this be anything but a portent? For so it is said, that the Emperor will bless the worthiest and most steadfast in their faith.
Argenta kneels next to you, and for the first time, you see her eyes radiate pure, unclouded joy. Behind Argenta, you see Adira Talas, doubled over in a fit of nausea. The rest of the people who were following you have withered away in the fire that continues to rage mere 2 steps away from you. Did you see that? The Aquila. It was glowing. But no, the Emperor protects Seneschal.
Indeed he does. Oh, if I hadn't seen it myself, I never would have believed.
The tone renders Abelard motionless. Then he quickly makes the holy sign of the Aquila himself.
What happened to Lady Theodora? Did she follow us?
There was no Theodora, witch. There was an illusion, a temptation, a foul taint that tried to lead us astray. But he perceived its true nature.
Is that right, Adepta Sanctimonious? What? We'll just pretend like we didn't see the Lord's Captain standing there in the fire? Abelard, you tell her.
Whatever it was, it matters no longer. Your conduct is bordering on madness, or holiness. A path opened behind you, where one moment there was fire, the next only smoldering embers remain. But what am I saying? My eyes must have deceived me. Too much smoke for my lungs. Truly, would you have received wounds like these if there had been no fire?
The wounds are merely a sign of a trial laudably passed. It is something to be proud of, the same as decorations or badges of honor.
Argenta herself sounds proud, even fervid. Allow Abelard to help you up. Admittedly, I've been better. Even if you were anticipating another wave of pain, it does not come. Your muscles feel strong, and your limbs obey you without fail. And yet, deep inside, somewhere next to your heart and stomach, you feel a certain tension, akin to that of a taut string. You're at your limit. Be it adrenaline or the strength of your faith, it will not carry you much farther.
Did my eyes deceive me? I could swear that I just witnessed you step out of a pillar of fire with the rest following in your wake.
Let's see. I hurried here to join forces with you and the others. It's time to push the heretics back.
Indeed it is. Your wounds.
Look closely at Edelthred. He doesn't seem to have changed since you first met, but only at first glance. His face has taken on a strange hue, the skin at his temples appears scaled, and his voice now has an uncanny screeching quality. These are not traces of fatigue or stress. The Seeker's body has begun to mutate, a consequence of contact with the warp. You're not in the best shape yourself. Edelthred.
Notice the signs of my blessing, have you? Yes, the warp is taking its toll. But I'm still sane and able to hold my weapon. I'll fight for the Von Phalanxius bloodline to the end. And if the price is the eternal curse of mutation, so be it.
My faith will keep me upright with a weapon in my hand. That's all that matters.
Pray, forgive my insistence. I shall not be the one to doubt the faith of he who has passed the trial by fire. I have gathered everyone who answered the Vox call and was able to hold a weapon. Yet I do not see the Lord Captain or her arch-militant in our midst. We are still receiving messages in her voice, but she is not responding to direct requests. I last saw Lady Theodora on the observation platform. When did you and she part ways?
It was at this very elevator, Master Edelthrad. The Lord Captain, accompanied by the Arch-Militant, headed to her chambers to retrieve an item of particular import. After that, all we heard from her were Vox broadcasts.
This is troubling, and the timing is inopportune. I am still receiving fragmentary reports from the bridge. Kunrad Voigtveer was spotted there, and even what scant intelligence on his activities I have reminds me of descriptions of sorcerous rituals. If that traitor has resorted to witchcraft, we must stop him at once.
Should go to Theodora's chambers to find her.
A reasonable approach. Take your escort with you. You may be waylaid. Once you have found the Lord Captain, you must beg her to go to the bridge and lead the counterattack. The rogue trader's appearance is sure to fill the defenders' hearts with hope, however frightened or exhausted they may be. Until next we meet, may the Emperor bless your deeds. I shall see you on the field of battle.
He salutes you with his weapon and turns to his retinue. So what's this? Generators hum softly. When you draw closer, your skin begins to tingle with static discharges. You have fresh injuries.
I'll warn you if I hear anything.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
Let's go ahead and deal with those injuries. There's a door to open. Some loot over here. A fallen stela has blocked the path to the lifts. We'll have to look another way for Edelthrad.
Guide our way.
Massive podium rises above the gap in the main temple. A bold architectural decision that could turn into a disaster with a well-placed shot. Oh, I missed some loot back there. Yes, I did. Ah, but I can't go back because of the fire.
The Emperor's will.
Yeah. Nope, there wasn't anything too valuable back there.
Attention to detail is the key to success. Over there!
Indeed. This clearly does not serve as a stateroom. Generators, machines, and crude wall paneling indicate that it's a maintenance modular room rather than an area for receiving guests. Machine rate sets. Lux Mechanicus goggles. Here we go. Plasma conduits blazing with energy capable of powering a vast void ship.
The future is never certain.
The Lord Captain's quarters. Dark corners of the Imperium are infested with scoundrels, criminals, heretics, and even minions of the arch-enemy. Exterminating them is the duty of every righteous servant of the God Emperor. Baths.
The light of terror shines for us.
She's dead! I wonder who could have done that. Especially at the fingers of the warp. Murder scene looks like someone got the victims by surprise. Theodora von Valencia's body is sprawled on the large, blood-drenched desk. Archmilitan's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls. No! Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
Lord Captain, who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere. How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Archmilitant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
Examine Theodora's body. You lean closer to the body. Cause of death is apparent. The rogue trader's life was ended by an auto pistol shot, an extraordinary accurate one at that. Her face bears an expression of surprise, last emotion she experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye. A heap of blood-spattered parchments and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean closer, you notice something else, small shards of glass scattered on the floor. Examine the shards from by the desk. It's difficult to say what was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. Upon closer examination, the shards appear iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium. Inspect the papers. Reports, accounts, dispatches. You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. It's a handwritten letter signed with the initials XC, the seal with a symbol that is vaguely familiar with you. Esteemed Theodora, a change in circumstances has demanded your immediate assistance in our mutual cause. Forthwith, upon receiving this letter and performing the necessary preparations of the crew, you are to depart to the Rykad system. One of my acolytes, Interrogator Heinrich Van Kalox, operates there at the present time. Upon your arrival in the system, you will without delay make contact with him and offer any assistance required of you, after which you will be provided with passage to the Furibunda system aboard your ship. On footfall, the interrogator will remove himself from your presence to wait further instructions. Anticipating any questions you may have, I will stress that the nature of the interrogator von Kalox's activities on Rykad Minoris is of no concern to you. If required, Van Kalox himself will disclose the details of his mission. May the Emperor's light be with you, XC. And sends shivers down your spine. The author of this letter is addressed to Theodora, signed it with the seal of the Holy Ordos of the Emperor's Inquisition, secret police of the Imperium that relentlessly hunts heretics, xenos, and other enemies of humanity. Examine the Archmilitant's body. An auto pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around with blood, brain matter, and shards of his skull. The safety of the Archmilitant's weapons is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he. Adira, what do these shards tell you?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora and Conrad and what is that? Ah!
something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure. Tainted witchcraft.
Cannot tell if Argenta's remark is directed at the glass shards or Adira herself. Adira, would you try touching Theodora? You might be able to see the killer through her eyes.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in the warp.
We'd best be on our way.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more. No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
And now we need to reach the Void Ship Bridge. The murder scene looks like someone caught the victim by surprise. No one had the time to react to what was happening. Rogue Trader's Cape. Plus 5 fellowship for each enemy in a 2-cell radius.
Look no further.
I know who to give that to. Got the handwritten letter, a shotgun. Your ballistic skill isn't that great, but you're also going to be in melee a lot. Theodora's Rosary. It's 10 bonus to Commerce and Lower Imperium. Helmet of the Devoted Protector requires Dogmatic Follower. Immunity to enemy critical hits for the first 3 rounds of combat.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
Can I get that? No, I have the other thing on. Silly helmet. Bizarre fragment hung on a trophy board. The light smooth surface of this object is dotted with dark spots and crumbling holes. A parlor organ with ivory keys, yellowed by long service. Seem to be missing anything in the earlier chambers. Out this way.
More enemies to face judgment. We are truly blessed this day.
The Masters demand your death!
Genta. It's way up there. And me right here. Maybe. Abelard here. Endure. More deflection, temporary wounds, first brace for impact. Endure, and get a charge over there, I think.
A tactically sound approach. I took care of this one.
Is it all time? Very slight chance to hit, and that's slight chance. 24%, but that'll be fine.
Was that on purpose?
Totally not. Let's see, we'll get Abelard buffed up. So we'll do running gun. Okay, 40, 40, 40. Just a chance of outright eliminating there. On to you. Get some of those burst shots down.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Eradicated.
Let's get that warp lightning going.
Anything else?
The warp is full. Leave her to rot.
And then she had a bad a concussion. She dead?
Time to
Broken
prove
ribs.
my mettle. It will be done.
3.
Someone else can do this.
Yeah.
Victory is imminent.
Might need to retry this.
Rejoice in battle! As the Emperor commands, I act.
Oh yeah, and the combat circuit.
I will avenge you.
Let's just get yourself buffed up a little. You probably should have been paying attention to the perils of the warp. Alright, let's get you here, I think.
Doubt is for the weak. Faith without deeds is worthless.
And then of course, more stuff.
It cleanses the body.
And there goes she.
Light, for I
There she
am
goes.
his chosen.
I think this is the end. Here it comes. Load last save. And be careful about the perils of the warp with Adira. All the way back here, huh?
What deeds await us?
Scrape our faces against everything, make sure there's not any loot hiding anywhere. Got all the stuff. Yep, all the stuff.
How could...
Where's Buddy?
Taint. Yes. No!
Collect all the stuff again. Equip all this stuff again.
A nice little stroll.
Okay, to the encounter.
Close ranks!
There. Base impact.
At your beck and
Endure.
call.
Shift 2.
I will do my duty. Reduce to dust! Victory is coming!
It's his turn. Shift 1. Goes to Babylard.
I'll do it. As the Emperor I'll do it. Strike is a prayer.
Adira's turn. Let's go and get forewarning on Abelard.
Was that you? Or...
Swap out to your pistol. Take one shot, I guess. Nice. Analyze enemy there.
We'll endure.
Death to the weak!
I took care of this one. Indeed.
3. Charge.
It will be done. Grey hair, sure hair.
It's his turn. Just gonna get that wire buffed up a little more, just in case. What's this? Momentum. Don't have anything to spend it on.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Let's go ahead and have expose weakness on the servitor.
Will do.
Analyze it again.
What?
Take some
Was that
shots.
you? Or patience has failed me.
I will do my duty. At your beck and call. An exemplary strike.
It's your turn. That's mine. I like the idea of allies there. It's rather like that. So I guess move over here. Take a better shot. So, Argenta, how are you feeling about that? 30%. Versus moving over here. 75.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Take that run and gun.
That is not the Emperor's will.
Nice. Adira, if you could.
No can do.
So what you get here.
What is this foreboding?
And eliminate the problem. And already another level. Excellent. When do I get access to more powers? Firearm Mastery. Make a number of extra attacks equal to their weapon's fire rate. Using a weapon that normally costs the least AP. These attacks do not spend AP. Until the end of the soldier's turn, their first attack against each enemy automatically scores a critical hit, and soldier immediately reloads their current weapon. Nice. Oh, a lot to pick up here. From their kickback at the end of their turn, Fortress World characters gain stack of Never Stop Shooting, equal to half the minimal damage of their ranged weapons used. Hail of Steel, Never Stop Leaving. Blade of Light, Force Weapon. Enforce Reality, usage of a heroic act by the sucker decreases Veiled Degradation, Script Soul. Costs no AP, but deals direct damage to the sucker. Our next Psychic Power, you basically sacrifice 25% health to not trigger psychic phenomena or perils of the warp with your next psychic ability. and it won't degrade the fail. Obscure the threat. While the Psyker is not in target's line of sight or in cover, all resistance tests of the target suffer penalty. Psychic Barrage. Whenever the Psyker uses a damaging psychic power on targets that are 6 or farther cells away, they take extra damage. Psyker Minoris. Sacred Ritual. Psychic powers have 25% chance to regain AP spent on during low veil degradation. Psychic powers have a longer range. Stabilizing factor for psychic power used each turn increases veil degradation less. Still mind. Resolve increased by 2, and degradation is low. Subtle manipulation. Psyker can use damaging psychic power while being threatened in enemy melee range without provoking attacks of opportunity. Non-damaging psychic powers do not provoke attacks of opportunity without this talent. All Psyker's attacks deal toxic damage, Corpus Conversion. When an enemy adjacent to an ally dies, that ally gains a stacking Corpus Conversion effect. If multiple allies are adjacent, the one selected is random. Next psychic power that targets only the target with Corpus Conversion will work as if the Psyker's psi rating was a 2 higher, will not degrade the veil, will not trigger psychic phenomena or perils of the warp, and will remove 1 stack. Saturation. Man. So much. Characteristic training, Combat Master. Warp features, origin talents, archetype talents, universal features, support, defense, offense, favorite, recommended. Camaraderie. Plus 9% damage for each adjacent ally with surroundings. Cover efficiency is increased by 10%. Full and 20%. Fired up. Whenever the soldier deals damage, their critical damage is increased by +1 until the end of combat. Rack and Ruin. Rapid reload. Unpredictable. Offensive features. Warp features. Let's see. Psyker Minoris. Strengthened psychic powers. Access to new Psyker powers. Let's go for that then. Features, talents. But it didn't. Did it just unlock them for future? Hmm. Anyway, Warrior. Epicenter of Slaughter. Whenever the warrior is attacked, they gain +1 stack of Epicenter of Slaughter. Till the end of combat. At the start of their turn, they gain a temporary wounds for each stack. These temporary wounds cannot exceed 5. Thick Skin. Better deflection and parry chance. Easy target. Not armed with melee. Warrior has less critical at low health. Melee attacks deal an additional 3 damage to enemies that have no allies in adjacent cells. Whenever an enemy attacks the warrior's next melee attack against an enemy does more damage, does not stack, but can be reactivated after another attack made by either the same enemy or a different one. I feel like Thick Skin would be good. Operative. Dismantling attack. Wait on each enemy in combat, and then makes a free attack against a target. Stack always hits until the end of combat. The target suffers a penalty to avoiding attacks. Body Weak Soul. Exposed weakness also reduces the enemy's toughness and willpower by 9. Fight of Excellence. Whenever the operative triggers an exploit on an enemy, the operative gains +1 damage and +2% armor pen until the end of combat. Only applies the first strike or projectile outburst attack. Expose weakness is free. First target. Let's give you something that won't take up Perils of the Warp. Firearm Mastery and Camaraderie. Rapid Reload, I think, would be good. Rack and Ruin. 3 different enemies. Some more damage for their next attack. Fire it up. Whenever they deal damage. Split surroundings. Might be nice. I'll go for Rapid Reload. Just keep firing. And we got some loot. Grace of the Oblivious. Player gains +5 toughness if their intelligence is less than 35. So las pistols and swords. So, less than 35. Sure thing. Let's put it on Abelard. Beast that he is.
Say no more.
Avoid ship bridge. Door traders are powerful servants of the God Emperor. And stuff. Some cargo. Laura Warp 100. Horrific vision is a product of the warp energies that permeate the bridge. Okay, I can't go there.
Oh, this master-crafted potato.
The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
You are here. But where is the Lord Captain?
Ethelthrad looks somewhat harrowed, but still in one piece. He glances at you and over your shoulder, clearly alarmed. Theodora is dead. Found her and the Archmilitant in her study.
God Emperor preserve us. The rogue traitor is dead. The ship has lost her Lord Captain, and the house its head. No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp is ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the Warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed.
I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating.
The ship is still being steered out of the warp. We must first restore communications between the bridge and the Navigator's Sanctum.
Then we have no right to bow our heads.
You can see Conrad Votvir clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding is stained with dark drops that seem to have a pearlescent glimmer to them.
We are out of time!
He bites his knuckle, thinking desperately. You see a wave whipple across the whites of Ethelthrad's eyes, and they begin to turn a sickly yellow. Votvir, you duplicitous cur, the rogue trader's death will be avenged.
What? Theodora is dead? No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm. And farewell.
Ethelthrad, don't!
You
Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
The whispers are getting louder.
Let the blood flow!
Alright. Again. Fast. There and there. You gentle over here. Yourself here. Start the battle. Okay. Nice. Able to get sight on anybody else. Alright. Buff up by the Lord.
Anything else?
And then
But of course.
analyze the chaos spawn. Expose weakness.
Anything else?
Now, can you take any shots without... No, you can't hit anybody without... threatening Abelard.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I refuse.
2.
I'll do it.
Siren. And we got Abelard. 1.
Victory is imminent.
Shift 3, shift 2. It's his turn.
Death to non-believers! Chaos guides me!
Brace yourself, Abelard.
I can get over here and see if I can't... Yeah, I just can't hit shit from here.
Stop mocking me.
Now lies the enemy. Expose the weakness. And of course you can't do any of that without hitting.
Faith without worthless.
Reload. And load.
At your beck and call. Indeed. Grey hair, sure hair.
Parry and parry.
I've suffered worse.
me!
Some damage there.
High momentum.
So let's step out of the sludge. And we got bleeding. Stack 1 of 3 on removal and slaughter. Analyze the enemy. Continue exposing those weaknesses.
Anything else?
And there we go. Get over here and get some wild pot shots down there.
There is movement in the Empyrean. Be gone!
Argenta's turn.
Guided by faith! As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. With you, the Emperor!
Turn.
It will be done.
The blood.
I'd rather
Continue to hold.
I will do my duty.
This, of course. Ah, shift 1. It's my turn. So you move there. Shift 3.
But of course.
Analyze the chaos spawn. Expose
Will do.
weaknesses.
Anything else? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
There's one more down there. So you're gonna want to move there so you can get your next burst in. Now use a medkit on yourself.
Blessed be the hand of the healer.
And then go ahead and take a shot.
Doubt is for the weak.
I'm not the enemy.
Just a minor setback.
And Abelard's turn once again.
Victory is imminent. That's not the Seneschal's job. Brace yourself, Abelard.
Over there. Your shot. Yep.
My prescience has failed me.
There. So we can get a clear shot.
Cover me.
Threatening at everybody. And of course, you gotta do that. And that. I should have done that earlier, but whatever.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. This is unacceptable. That is not the Emperor's will.
At your beck and call. Careful now.
Let's get over there. Of course.
The witch has fallen. Leave her to rot. As the Emperor commands, I
act. It will be done. I will do my duty. At your beck and call, an exemplary strike. Time to redouble our efforts.
Yep. And there goes Azathoth.
is why I was chosen. Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak.
Now the Lord's turn.
Victory is imminent. Someone else can do this. Gray hair, sure hand. My ears are ringing.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
We're getting there.
At your beck and call. It will be done.
And we're back.
Something ominous lurks ahead.
There are goods. Gloves of endurance. Whenever the wearer of these gloves suffers an injury or falls unconscious in combat, their allies gain +1 bonus damage until the end of combat. Mantle of Heroism. Each heroic act used in battle increases the wearer's dodge by 20% until the end of combat, and a blade shield. Blade made from mysterious metals that shimmers with unnatural colors. And another level. First reality, second barrage. Choose characteristic. I'm gonna go for willpower. Second barrage. First reality. Let's go for biophysical distortion. That's what I was looking at earlier. So, Abelard. Talent, characteristic. Let's give you some more weapon skill. Not that you've been missing at all. And recommended features. Defensive features, contempt, desolation, melee attacks. That would have actually been really nice. Petus. Charge. Gets plus 10 damage when used from 5 more cells away. Opening strike, charge, and push increase the damage of ranged attacks. No heresy. Fleet combat training. Defense. Universal features. Interception. Next warrior archetype ability costs less. Archetype talents. Enemy have no allies in adjacent cells. Let's go for desolation. And weapon skill there. Dira. What does your stuff scale off? Exploits, perception. Archetype talents, origin talents, edge of fate. Natural luck. Wood. Fatebringer, allies under the effect of at least one psychic power applied to the psychic gain additional armor penetration. Warp mines. Enemy suffering from line. Ready to serve. Strung together. Advice and guidance. For starting combat, an ally becomes the target of a psychic power. I think advice and guidance would be good. And Argenta. Ballistic skill, I'm gonna say. Camaraderie for each adjacent ally. Soldier deals plus 10 more damage. Fired up. Critical, actually. That would be really good for wearing down bosses. Rack and Ruin, just damage 3 different enemies, 20% more damage for next attack in combat, unpredictable. Higher crit chance would be nice. Let's go for cover efficiency though. There we go. Everyone's all leveled up. Heinrich Montag. All the loot. So let's go talk to Heinrich Montag.
The air. Rivor, Master Helmsman, systems status report.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal. Living and breathing. Well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wickedry, we'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long.
We need to re-establish contact with the Navigator's Sanctum. It's our only chance of escaping from the warp. Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you is filled with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking.
Restore the Vox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, But you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
He directs your attention upward to the throne that sits at the apex of the tall staircase. How did you people survive in here?
Must have been Providence. It better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some officers charged them, but it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitators. Then, I prayed for our rescue.
What must I do?
Take the Lord Captain's seat. Order the final preparations. Wait for the officers to report and... blast it all to the void! Translation is a craft, not something to be explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, Master. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. Please, hurry. Every second we waste is a terrible risk.
So I should put that in the poll. I'm ready. Begin the ritual. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true, surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire, the other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears. This voice booms with all the horrors of the warp.
Mortal, who are you to oppose the very flows of fate? It matters not. Your footfalls are an echo of the sand pouring between the scales. Your hopes and faith are my mockery.
The vision lowers its head, its harrowing gaze boring into you. But at a moment, something changes in its expression. It almost looks like a shadow of fear. I've already resisted the temptation of the warp once. Whatever you are, you will not cloud my mind with a new illusion.
Resisting the inevitable means only that realization and submission will bring greater torment. There is no power that can hinder the flows of fate.
This violent vow to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirement's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day. The day of my resurrection.
Your head begins to spin and viscous drops slither down your cheeks. You blink, and you're no longer looking at Theodora. There's the traitor Votvir, just as fluid and ephemeral as the previous apparition. The same terrifying voice seethes from his lips.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me.
The image is scattered by invisible sorcerer's winds. You see Adira. Her eyes aglow with the same sinister flame.
The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
Cavalcade of hazy glimpses of a future yet unknown pass before your eyes. Flash of crimson, purple. The image replace one another in a violent kaleidoscope without ever letting you get a proper look at them. Through the rippling mirage, you see a twisted image of Abelard, the loyal seneschal of the dynasty. dynasty.
Seneschal. The Navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means...
The Navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you, with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow, that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision, it is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the Warrant of Trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live.
The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained. For the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. To hang the ancestral banners once again, and exact vengeance on the enemies of House von Valancius and humanity.
And we're in. That's prologue done, I think. Cargo management. On the cargo screen, management screen to learn more about cargo on your flagship, the amounts, types, and percentage of cargo being filled up. On the cargo tab, you can see details about the items packed in each cargo slot. If you need to use an item that's already packed, add that item back to your inventory. Cargo is needed when trading with merchants. You'll meet them soon. The deep shadows of wariness can be seen on Abelard's face, though the old officer's eyes are keen. They rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, and then nods to himself. Well done, your lordship. You've worried. You had us worried for a few hours there. He offers a thin smile. But after witnessing you fearlessly rush into the fray on the deck, and the only thing that surprises me is how long you stayed on your feet. Strength only left you once the fighting was all over. Such fortitude is most admirable in a Lord Captain. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy, while others go unfilled entirely, and now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews. How did we come to lose so many officers? It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found. Which is unsurprising, given that their informant on board was our own Master of Whispers. He grimaces. What is on the agenda for this meeting? Reports on the conditions of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I'm still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we're currently in. So, prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they in turn will have the honor of holding the visage of their Lord Captain. Have you succeeded in tracking down Votvir? He grits his teeth. No, Lord Captain. And the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him. Any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors. Frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now one shuttle short. I'm afraid that it will be some time before he answers for all he has wrought. I am ready to start the briefing, summoned the officers. With a gesture, he relays the orders to the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you. The expressions reveal restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention officers! You've been granted an honor. Lord Captain Asathul of Valencius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. Perhaps you would introduce those present, Abelard. As you wish, your lordship. He points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigdis Surya Atta of the Toloman line, our new Voxmaster. It is an honor to serve your lordship, she offers a deep bow. Aboard this vessel you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Besides her is Revor, the Master Helmsman. He steers a ship along the course we set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap. Bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face gives his soul a nod. Hail, Lord Captain! This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she is in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our high factotum generous Donrock, who will receive supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. It is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. And in the second row, we have the 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard, the Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship, and lastly, the Drives Master, servant of the Omnissiah. 3 officers salute. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drives Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving the complicated manipulation of all of the tech priests' bacandrites. Is that everyone? Unfortunately, our choir master, the esteemed Zachary Wise, head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. He's in charge of communications with the distant star systems. Master Wise has been in a trance for some times now, attempting to contact other planets in the Von Valencius Protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing, Conrad's treachery. I will deliver a report to your lordship on the Astropath's progress as soon as it's possible to do so. It is equally regrettable that 2 more individuals worthy of attention could not join us at the briefing, Master-at-Arms and Confessor Adalbert. The eminent Adalbert must seem to be a seat of funeral services being held for the fallen officers, of whom there are too many for him to take leave from the chapel. And Mistress Sauerback, who has replaced her late predecessor as her Master-at-Arms, is currently leading the search for any surviving agents of Votvir. All others present are adjutants, secretaries, and deputies. They're here to make recordings of proceedings. I wish to hear the Infernus Master's report. Yes, Lord Captain. The tall man bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of material losses and crew casualties has been completed, and the results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factotum. The post passed to him after the last Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in line of duty. It works with a low voice pitched for your ears only. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. I factotum, what have you to report? We are toiling day and night to record a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the tech priest's hands for attention, and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately, this number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals. We will be able to make up for losses at the nearest planet, Rekad Minoris. However, the whole system in fact, belongs to the Winter-scale Rogue Trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at that level are a matter for the Rogue Trader. Especially true given Caligos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later. Kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets. Rumbles Abelard, frowning. Drives Master, I'll hear from you now. A voice distorted... Zira Talar. A voice distorted by the Vox retranslator emerges from under the tech priest's scarlet hood. Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed, thank the Omnissiah, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a proper prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. With great sorrow, I must also report that the Engineer Prime, Overseer, and Spiritual Authority of all...
Rolly 1322 says Onid.
Yay. On board fell in battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. A most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. You require a replacement, and as soon as possible. I see, thank you. She bows her head. Master Helmsman, deliver your status report. Right you are, Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship's sound, more or less, but without our Engineer Prime and Navigator, who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to get so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Your Lordship, if you will allow me to interject, when we arrived in the system, my crew followed standard protocols, conducted a count of all the available communication channels in the region. One of them was the Navis Nobilite station. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. We have located a located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, true blessing by the God Emperor. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. Slightly less shitty news. We can go round and round the system till our heads are swimming, as long as the Promethium and supplies last. And if any thick as Grok's shit lowlifes come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out. So don't you worry on that score. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? No, my job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire when I'm told. But just ask anyone. I've got no able crew, no Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. So what? Comes the officer's hostile and bitter reply. It is as if a dam has burst inside and all his pent-up emotions are rushing out of him. The ship's in ruins, every second officer's dead, and now we got a green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us to void knows where? Silence! The bridge's magnificent glass panes seem to tremble under the force of Abelard's roar. Enforcers, seize this mutineer. Abelard grunts. If only one officer out of the whole had fallen to pieces, and that's not bad at all. Your Lordship, I do humbly apologize on behalf of the entire crew. What would you have us do with the Master of Ordnance? The former Master of Ordnance, I should say. Besides, find a replacement, that is, for we already have one lined up. Execute him, because we're going dogmatic! For the Emperor! Consider it done, take him away. The brutal laughter of Master of Ordnance reverberates around the bridge as he is led to his fate. To summarize, we have sustained serious losses in crew members and require a new Engineer Prime and Navigator. Is that all that's preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain, but bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. We will never reach Footfall without first solving these 3 immediate problems. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? I say to the Voxmaster at this point, Mistress Ptolemy. We are in the Reichhead star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in this system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. Navis Nobilite's station has not simply failed to answer, it seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system, and Reichhead Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. The situation is not very encouraging. Without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navis Nobilite station and find out what in the void is going on. Thank you for your reports. Dismissed. The assembled officers salute you as one. Your lordship, there's one other thing. Confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora, he hesitates, your eternally esteemed predecessor, brought the ship here to the system for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything. I shall tell you. The Lord Inquisitor, hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will and the Coronis expanse. I'd be honored to fulfill the Inquisitor's commission. What is it he asked of Theodora? She was asked she was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrich von Kalox, an interrogator, you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in the system, and that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to Footfall in the Furibunda system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed. But an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Nobilite or the Governor of Reichhead Minoris, may know something. That is all of it, your lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the Von Valencia's protectorate. He gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you'll be able to hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he's about to offer some words of encouragement. Idera, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. Argenta grimly nods towards Idera. The Psyker is suffering some ailment, dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, she sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach it with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have the time, rogue trader. Idera's glazed eyes rove over those assembled, when word burst from her lips. Daybreak. Idera, come to your senses. Damn it. She presses her fingers to her temples in desperation. Your lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard. My head is still spinning. Something very strange is headed our way. I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn. It's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, why is it so dark? Cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything, Mistress Talas? No, not yet anyway. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make sense of any of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it. Alright? Lord Captain, if you want to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions. I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. Her bitten lips stretch into a wry smile. If there is nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing concluded. It's time to get to work. Use a system map to issue orders. Let's see, hanging around. Let's see, +5 fellowship for each enemy in a 2 radius. Using a heroic act increases dodge. Probably a bit more useful for you. These gloves. Or the wearer of these gloves suffers an injury. I'm gonna put this on Adira for now. I'll get some better use out of her later. Let's give Abelard a shotgun just because. Buzz gun, scrappy auto gun. Check the map. Apartment. I don't want to explore the ship a bit, but inventory, character, making progress. This gives us grim determination. Plus 10% chance to survive with 1 wound instead of falling unconscious. Purging by fire. First round of combat, all critical hits scored by the Rogue Trader's party inflict 10 burning. In addition, all fire damage suffered by enemies increased by +1 for each rank of conviction. Dogmatic. As a redemption, any momentum expenditure by the party, including heroics, is reduced by 20%. Fanatic piercing resolve. Once per battle, the Rogue Trader may choose an ally, including themselves, for 1 round. All of the target's weapon attacks ignore enemy armor. And then when I finally reach Zealot, instrument of his will, until the start of the next turn, the Rogue Trader becomes immune to any attacks from demons and Xenos. And all demons and Xenos in a 5-cell radius consider them a priority target, once per battle. Let's see, Iconoclast, any attacks from allies that hit any other allies will be dodged if possible. That would be nice. Not going that way. Go to the Coronis Expanse map. Alright, so we got 3 places to go. Prison Planetoid, Unidentified Void Ship, Astropathic Station, Iraq 5, contact with the Nevis Nobilite. There we are, there's Rykad Majoris. And Rykad Minoris. Okay, I need to take a break, so I'm just gonna put up a poll for where to go next. Where to? Are we going to pick up a... Let's see. Lord Captain, Astropathic Choir Master Zachary Weiss is asking to speak to you via a private channel. Greetings, your lordship. I can report that the choir is listening tirelessly to the Immaterium in the hopes of picking up voices from the dynasty's ships or worlds. However, we've heard something horrifying instead. Amid the Immaterium's tumult, something is screaming. The scream is driving your choir mad. Until it stops, we have no hope of contacting any of the dynasty's worlds. It's coming from the Rykad system's astropathic station. I do not think we have been introduced. Indeed not. We meet under lamentable circumstances. My name is Zachary Weiss, and I am proud to be the choir master of your ship's astropathic choir. The duty I perform is to keep you in contact with the Expanse via astropathic messages sent through the warp by trained psychers. It was the nature of the scream. We do not know, your lordship, but it has brought the Immaterium to a boil. It's always been a violent, roaring ocean that could spell doom to anyone who would consider stepping into its waters. Now, however, it's become a cradle of madness where expelled images, fused together, twisting and cackling, for crashing into the minds of all who perceive it. A mighty warp storm, the likes of which I cannot recall, rages in the Imperium, and it fills me with terror. If the screaming stops, will we be able to contact someone? I humbly hope so, your lordship. Perhaps we managed to send a call for aid to the Von Valencia's worlds or one of the dynasty's allies. We're going to pay a visit to that station. Thank you, your lordship. Anyway. Machine Keeper, New Blood, and then the Prison Planetoid. Who will we pick up first? Navigator. Engine Seer. And I will be back shortly. Yes, I got plenty of water. What? I return. Let's see if anybody's voted. Motivated away. People say Navigator. Cool. Then, off we go to Urak 5. Lord Captain reporting. The heralds of the Navis Nobilites continue to maintain Vox silence, perhaps due to Urak 5 being off limits to visitors. When intercepted signals from the beacons dotting the station's orbit, the demands are clear. We're told to return the ship around immediately. I also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably, it's the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navis Nobilite House requires aid, and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmission. Let's see. Contact the station again. I will now negotiate personally. The Vox relay is the cadent sound of grinding gears and clicking tumblers. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The station does not reply even after an official greeting by a rogue trader and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. Order the Augur crew to scan the stations. I better just turn off the break. Yes, Lord Captain. Vox remains silent for a while, but then you hear static and Vigdis's measured voice. The officers from the Augur crew performed a full scan of the station. The information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned. So the question remains, why are the esteemed Navigator's heralds ignoring us? Order the crew to commence docking with the station. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening on the station, so we'll have to look for the esteemed Navigator's blind. Dock safely, and may the God Emperor light your path. You can bring up to 6. All traumas and injuries are removed after returning to your flagship. Nothing quite like a long battle, or a long bath. Clean off all that, whatevering.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess! What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
As you'll be consigned to oblivion for your transgressions against House Orselio. Little Emperor, deliver your servants from peril. Prayers will not help you, servant of the damned. In the name of House Orselio, I command you to execute the infidels. Not a step further. Master, we have some strange guests on the station. Tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales on his weary face, and not just his own blood. 2 jet-black, unblinking eyes are watching your every move, and the third one, the mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lower lid of the middle of his forehead. Step back, or I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. Abelard, if you would be so kind. Seneschal takes a deep breath. Before you stands his lordship, the rogue trader Azithul von Valancius, heir to the greatest protectorate of the Coronis Expanse and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. Allow me to point out that the Noblite custom requires the Lord Navigator to introduce himself first. But given the unusual circumstances on the station, his lordship, the rogue trader, is willing to turn a blind eye to your hostility. But just this once. In this case, I shall turn a blind eye to your unceremonious invasion, but just this once. There's a dangerous glint in the man's dark shredded eyes. Very well. Allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Philip Christoph August, keeper of this place. So, you did not arrive to offer support to the traders? This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Uruk 5 is a holy sanctum for House Urselio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say you were not on the guest list. I'm looking for the Lord Inquisitor's interrogator, one Heinrich von Kalox. Do you know anything about his present location? The Lord Inquisitor's interrogator? I think I would know if such an important individual decided to pay us a visit. What's happening on the station? Where did all these corpses come from? Betrayal. Most banal thing in the life of the Noblite. But don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theobald Urselio. Second keeper of Uruk 5 and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take her prisoner. Greedy scum. I swear by the throne's light their souls will perish in the darkness of the void. He fell silent for a few moments, and then furiously slammed the end of a staff on the floor. The bad men have caught Lady Cassia. They're now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her or be gone. Waste no more of my precious time. Your words are rife with disrespect, and I will not tolerate it. Lord Captain, we still need to navigate. You threaten the sacred dominion of the Navis Nobilite, and have the audacity to threaten me on my own station? The air around him grows thick, and the navigator's eye trembles menacingly. You shall face your inglorious demise, scion of the great family. Guards! It does not matter anymore. To arms!
Beware the ire of the witch!
For the Emperor!
Speeding up animations in combat? Okay. So, we got 8 enemies. One over there, one over there, one back there, and then 5 right here. Magenta, go over here. Myself there, and a right here. Start battle. Ooh.
Just a minor setback.
Sure. So I think I can move up here.
God Emperor, move through me! Be the fire in my heart!
Shoot 2.
I'll do it.
1.
As the Emperor commands, you can escape the Emperor's judgment.
My turn. So I can get Iron Arm up on you. Shift 2. Up. %, 30. Nice.
I must not falter. I've never felt pain like this.
Follow my lead.
Damn, they can really do some damage.
Strength on me. Stay vigilant.
Hey! Some warp lightning. Some decent damage on Philip himself. Shift 3.
Will do. Was that you? Or...
Shift 1 on Abelard.
Onward!
Quite the dodge.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Load. And on to Azathoul. Sneak over there. And take a few wild shots at our guy.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Follow my lead. Weapon at the ready.
The witch has fallen. Leave her to rot.
There she goes again. Lex bodyguard, and then Philip himself. That guy.
Indeed. It will be done.
Up in there.
My place is at the fore. At your beck and reduced to dust.
Follow my lead.
Might as well move over there.
Rejoice in battle! Faith without deeds is worthless.
High momentum.
Nice. Let's get some hot shots from here. Where's our last guy? Oh, over there.
Follow my lead.
Can't quite reach.
I'm not interested.
Oh, you got a shotgun. Might as well use it.
I will do my duty.
Weather the storm!
Doubt is for the weak.
Oh.
In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave.
And done. Station is required to store details.
I woke up with a feeling of wonder, as if a
Thank you.
I'll put Dara out, get those wounds out of the way. Oh, that was a waste. Time to loot. Keeper's control rod. Tactical goggles. Deadshot stub revolver. Staff of House Orcelio. Armored body glove. Phylactery of blood. Sealed vial engraved with the initials of CTEO. Actually, higher armor penetration. Might actually put that on Adelard then. Multi-key. Spell stuff there. Examine over there.
The premonition runs true.
Corpses were mauled by a force far beyond any mortal capacity. Their faces are twisted in pain, and the hands are fused with improvised weapons. Tools, scissors, and
blessed be the
cutlery.
road that we take.
White. Bright, pure color. And it's all riddled with horrible veins that carry the poison of fear and pain throughout its body. Who are you? Why are you crying?
If the witch is talking about the enemies of humanity who set upon this abode of noble navigators, then our weapons will soon dispel their wicked misery.
Anyway, let's go ahead and manage things. No dodge penalty. Let's go put on that armored body glove for me. No armor penetration. Less recoil though. And shotguns. Cannot make use of the staff. Hand off that stub gun to Ballard. That way he's at least got something to use. Tactical goggles for better hit chance. Guess I'll put those on Idira for now. Couple of key items, Rogue Trader's Cloak. Let's do Fellowship for each enemy into Soul Radius. Other medikit on you. Mesh chestplate. You already have the armored body glove. And you have the Seneschal's trusty carapace. Cool. The elevator's power is out.
Experience. Nothing matters more. We should deal with this.
Get ready, the conspirators are trying to break through the guard rooms.
I dare not provoke the whispers.
The Navigator's statue looks pristine and new. Stand firm, we must not let the miscreants defile the horse or Celio. Fire at will for House Orcelio.
Here we go again.
You dare cross the faithful?
Those guys down there. Abelard, you get to start there. Material there.
Break them around. Follow my lead. My faith strengthens me.
I'm not injured. I'm enraged. Sorting out. Stop mocking me.
Get there.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Stay vigilant. Follow my lead.
Follow my lead.
Weapon at the ready.
Alright, it's my turn. Now, first, let's buff up Abelard. And I think I'm going to swap out for staff. I don't have enough range. Yeah. So let's take a couple of shots. So about cleaning out these miscreants. 2 down.
Break them around.
Nothing.
Madeira, why don't you... About water? Yeah, go ahead and eliminate that card.
Farewell. Not this Scryer's job.
And buff up Abelard. And I guess analyze the squad
I'm not
commander.
so sure. No can do. Not this Scryer's job.
Okay. Excellent.
At your beck and call. Indeed.
3. Shift 2.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. What's your target?
High momentum.
And take a pot shot there.
Follow my lead.
Argenta. Move up there.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Nice.
I'll do it.
Reload.
I am his will made manifest. As the Emperor commands, dedicated. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I will not. Faith without deeds is worthless. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
What's that? Using my opportunity. Can't even get line of sight on the guy. Go and get into cover, reload. There you can also get behind cover. You're not going to have line of sight, so that's all you're going to do.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. At your beck and call. My
There.
strength. I've suffered worse.
Maybe there. 90% hit. Might as well.
This is unacceptable.
I
I refuse. Doubt is for the weak.
And a miss. I can be able to get line of sight there.
They who discern the future own the battlefield.
Do you at least have line of sight?
Anything else?
Yes. So you can at least do that. The psychic scream?
That is not
Too
my
far.
destiny.
Actually, move here.
It will be done. At your beck and call.
And dead. Is combat completed? More flak, lasgun, scrappy auto pistols. Let's go examine some stuff. Statue of the famous Calixian sculptor, or by the famous Calixian sculptor and chronicler Zacharias Vernon. The magnificent 23rd year of this millennium. Original. Data crypt H40KO. Nice pile of equipment.
Carry the Emperor's will as your torch.
Pontius Siphius Galatius on the training of the worthy servants at the court of Navis Nobilet. Scrappy auto pistol, more goods. Intercepted conversation between security officers. Tremendous honor, yes, but this promotion will transfer the entire squad to the child's personal guard by the Emperor. Well, you are a strapping lad. You'll probably make it for a cycle or 3. There's worn down better men than me. What even is the point if your brains turn into mush? I may rip out my eyes like Amos did. At best, all some miscellaneous stuff. Library full of treatises by the most distinguished scholars of the Imperium, from the Master Militarum Tacticians to Adeptus Mechanicis Genitors.
Marching on.
Never doubt me.
Examine Medicae 80%. So these unfortunate souls took their own lives by slicing their guts wide open. Stuff. And something good in here, apparently. A Ripper auto pistol. Might be good. And some grenades. Meteorite chunk. Mutated flesh sample.
The sooner we
Let's go
start.
through this side door first, just in case.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
The Emperor favors me today.
Navigator flesh sample.
Damn warp! If we'd been in real space, I'd have.
Idira, stop castigating yourself. Your soothsayings have always been vague. Even if you had her, who among us would have realized that it was Lady Theodora who was in peril? The expected result.
Find some goods. Double silk gloves, +5 to persuasion. Mars pattern sword. For Edlord. Ah, it's actually better than your chainsword. Yeah. Critical damage on top of slightly worse armor penetration. Let's see if Azathoth can get that.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
The Emperor sets my path. I better myself through my service.
Quiet. They're trying to tell me something.
Do you hear the screams? Move! Sir, are you alright? We can't hear anything. No, I see. You're in league with them. Is this an insurrection? Yes, indeed. Death to the traitors! Get over yourself, sir. I know, you are all traitors. Traitors, all of you! They told me, they whispered. Hey, who are you? Okay. I guess if you're gonna be like that. Some more junk. Some more goods. Another data crypt.
Onward!
That is a scrappy auto pistol. Research laboratory notes. Some servants. And some goods. Fire grenades, carapace chest plate, and long labs. Ooh. Pop that open. I think that long labs would actually be a real good idea for me. Actually, I don't think it would be that good for me. Because the rate of fire limit wouldn't let me, but Argenta is the one that's getting all the... who tends to use the rapid fire. Still want that tech use bonus. Perhaps Abelard could be good at persuasion. Better than me, at least. Keeper Theribolt graciously agreed to provide samples of his skin growth so we could study the influence of the rebellious materium on the flesh of the Navus Nobilite. Just as we thought, navigators are positively resistant to the restless currents of the warp. The God Emperor truly does shield some people against corruption and misery. But let us get back to the study of mortal flesh. Another servant will be carried in shortly. I must ready the organ extraction equipment. Adamantine dust from black water. This was the worst idea that could have entered my mind. God Emperor be praised. I am lucky to have my head on my shoulders after this reckless experiment. Nevertheless, we did make an important discovery. The adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the lowborn to a degree. Having said that, not even the macerator can handle its temper. So we should probably induce a more complex compound into the... I guess that's it. Carapace is slightly better than the armored bodysuit. Deadeye shot, huh? Nice large dodge reduction. Data caches. I got the staff for short range stuff. A good Major Domo attempts to nurture all of the finest flowers in the garden that is their master's life. Therefore, new seeds for the garden must be weeded out with the utmost care so that the garden's trees may yield the sweetest fruits. Lessons below will help you separate... Okay. Let's go talk to these servants. For some reason, the archenemy's twisted influence has found its way into the station. Uwe. Just a guy. Cool. Nothing over here, nothing over there. Awaken the Cogitator's spirit. The Cogitator's vid screen is covered in cracks and stained with dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. Awaken the cogitator. Turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked vid screen of the sacred engine flickers. Cogitator's inside emit creaks and groans, and the lumens oscillate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant access to the cogitator systems. Request data on the station's navigators. There's a restless hum in the sacred machine's interior. But soon the required information is projected onto the vid screen. Felica Orselio, location main entry hole, status deceased. Made sure of that! Theobald Orselio, upper chambers, alive. Calamira Orselio, upper chambers, dead. Alexius Orselio, lower levels, deceased. Rasmus Estevan Orselio, unknown, deceased. Child, location, upper chambers. Biometric parameters, rapid heartbeat, elevated body pressure, stress levels exceeding the permissible limit. Status, unknown error. Attention, common procedures advised. Attention, upper chambers inaccessible. Error, the main elevator mechanism is not powered. Error, the control rod is not present. If the rod has been misplaced, immediately contact the station keeper or the Navis Laboratorium custodian. Examine the log. Okay, let's see. The archive data stored in the cogitator's local data crypt is partially corrupted, but you can still manage to access the residual logs for examination. Vox reports. Vox recording hisses for some time before you hear a voice. This is Officer A282. Do you copy? Several generators are overheated in the lower levels. Chambers A to D are unpowered. The tech priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Requesting back. The officer's speech is interrupted by shouting, and the recording abruptly ends. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression of the living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We attempted to contact the Winterscale Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply and cannot be sure if it was ever sent in the first place. A rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor. You hear me? Anyone. If you're in doubt, shoot to kill. Vox recordings are too badly distorted to make out the following Vox recordings are too badly distorted to make out even a single word. Examine the recent entries in the incident log. Report. X880, originator classified, date classified. The servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have their remains reprocessed. X886, negotiations with the Winterscales were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is imperative we increase the new retainer's resistance to the child's powers. 891, data expunged. Examine the station's docking log. It's almost completely corrupted, but you managed to recover the latest entry. Identity confirmed. Regent Aranto Orselio, date of visit classified. Reason for visit classified. Date of departure classified. Security and life support logs. The yellow lights above the control panel flicker to life, and a single repeating message streams down the vid screen. Warning, damage to technical compartments A12, B3, D8, and H24 detected. Warning, living quarters L10, L16, and L28 depressurized. Warning, unable to access the station's docking system. Warning, energy regulation systems, unknown error. The station will transfer over to emergency power. Immediate evacuation of the facility is advised. Warning, view the encrypted data. Something buzzes in the cogitator's metallic gut, and several red lumens light up across the vid screen. Fire access level security captain or above. Current access level senior security officer. Break through the machine guardian's defenses. Failed. Flashes furiously, and the control panel starts spitting out sparks that bite at your fingers. After a few minutes of desperate confrontation, the cogitator falls silent, and once more is barring all access to classified data. Thank the machine spirits and reset the operating protocol. Yeah, that'll be all there.
If such is the Emperor's will.
Let's see if there's anything more there. So, time to go through the main door. Every door is secured by a sophisticated mechanical lock. There must be a way to unlock it somewhere else. Alright.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Open that again. Power is out. Can't really return to the void ship.
Experience? Nothing matters more.
Am I missing anywhere? Yes, I am.
The light of terror shines for us.
Nope. Wake up the cogitator. Switch to main chamber controls. Heavy grinding. Open all doors on the level. Filled with mechanical assumptions is correct. As it's filled with static, just a few months later, you can barely make out an inscription amidst the flow of rapidly changing symbols. Three? Two. Door is already opened. Well executed. Passage is opened. Already opened. Did I accidentally close something? Main door forward then. Chamber controls, open all doors on this level. What is that sound? 1 second. That's not good. First I have to find this out in the middle of the screen. Raining red hard. Back in a moment. Anyway, I'm back. Figured out more or less how it's coming in. They have anything to soak it up, though. Minimize. It'll have to do. Anyway, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. House has sprung a minor leak. Anyway, main elevator controls. Activate the elevator. Some query confirmed. Call Rakat Minoris for help. System cannot carry out your command despite the eager compliance of machine spirits. One thing is certain, the command does not lie the cogitators work. Things.
Light
Stuff.
of terror, guide our way.
Yeah. Oh, almost missed something there. Warp Seer's goggles. +3 lore warp. You already have that hit chance and crit chance.
I'm restless.
And now we got work problems.
I go where the whispers lead.
Never doubt me.
Synthetic amniotic fluids across the pools across the floor, barely discernible traces stretch to the side opposite the entrance. The caustic stench of reagents sears your nostrils and broken glass crunches underfoot. Somebody wanted to just destroy the laboratory or find something. Got more data crypt. More flesh samples. More goods. Psi crystal. Biogel, black water, and an unidentified acid. Lady Cassia's medic. Let's just hit up the elevator first, just to make sure.
An expected result.
Control rod is required. But I have one. Yeah, Keeper's control rod.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
What deeds await us?
Goods. Query Journal H. Child's influence on the psycho-emotional state. More goods. Research notes. Fortunata. Do not use acid. Tech Priest. Blessed the Data Corrupt. H4041 OK. For the calculated number of chrono turns, which means it's no longer necessary to remain near the device while waiting for the reaction to start. KO. Cassia's medicated. People just lost their minds. Please don't kill me. So we need to remake the control rod. Power has been restored to the elevator, and the rogue trader has both parts of the control rod. It's time to start the lift and ascend. Okay. I guess I didn't need...
A nice little stroll.
Do any other stuff? Cool. Already killed the one bastard, so...
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Well, turn on the elevator. Tip. Go up. Cassia. The pale figure with unnaturally long limbs covers her face with her hands, which are deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continuously streams from her scarlet misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament, and then your eyes meet and you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. You are enveloped with despairing grief, and an invisible hand closes around your throat, cutting off your breath. Your limbs seem to fill with lead, your heart hammers in your chest, and the desire to turn and flee from this roam from the station almost gets the better of you. At the last moment, you master your emotions, and your will pushes back against the illusion, forcing it to retreat. Adira emits something between a moan and a drawn-out whimper. Oh, as if my own little pals weren't bad enough, now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. Heresy. Argenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mix of anger and sadness, then lowers her head and her white hair veils her face. Persuasion, Lady Cassia. I'm here to help you. Please, calm yourself. She wearily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out sound similar to both a sob and a howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And you? Who are you? Azathoul von Valancius, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Unease settles over her features and she nods cautiously. Pardon my manners, Azathoul, but I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance in such a time of sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint. Theobald Arcelio, the heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby, erupts into low sobs. His eyes, swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room as though the veil of ignorance has been ripped away from them. Child, Lady Cassia, are you sacred child? Grow and preserve. Despite his venerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. You, the old man shifts, revealing his face to you. Threaded with jet black veins, and his bulging, milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to that of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside its decaying husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move will have the wrath of House Arcelio down on your head. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one's so deranged it's making the whispers shriek like crazy. He might just open the eye of his... Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed whoever you are. Adler places a hand on his weapon. At the present, I'm trying to determine what is happening on Yurok 5. I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wrecked station, or like the scoundrels of FedEx service, so who are you? Abelard, introduce us. His Lordship Rogue Trader Azethul von Valancius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coronis Expanse and bearer of the sacred warrant of trade, extends his greetings. The rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy? How interesting. Your kind always makes an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful, and so a House Ursalia now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer. Think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house. You decide. I want you to know what happened between you and Felek. Felek is my wayward steward. He came to Yurok 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious child, the heir of our house, our sacred child, to revel in powers with others like him, casting our house into the abyss, to pervert the centuries-long tradition of our family. You see the fruits of this villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our Novators, Tisiphone Urselio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy. The renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken the Novator's throne. What service do you ask of me? Hope glimmers in his milky eyes. Save the sacred child! Take her away from this station. I fear I do not have long left. A bluish rivulet trickles down the old man's chin, and he wipes the mutated blood brusquely away with his sleeve. He glimpsed strange burns covering his flesh under his clothing. The slightest movement was causing him unbearable pain. Save the child, deliver her safely to Regent Aranto, acting head of House Urselio, in the Coronis Expanse. Rest assured that the reward will be worth your effort. I know we came here for a navigator, but after everything we've seen, I've got some reservations about this girl. Argenta looks at Cassia, and a painful furrow appears in her brow. It's such a fragile thing, with such a heavy burden upon her shoulders. So I believe I've made my decision. Is it so? Please share your thoughts. Cassia shall come with me. Good, that is good. The old man nervously licks his lips. But do allow us to say our proper farewells.
Wake up, my mistress, my sacred child. It is all over now. It is over.
What happened? You. I remember you. Have you come to save us?
Child, please, listen to me very carefully. One last time. You will now embark on a voyage with this lord to rejoin the house and its regent in the Coronis Expanse. I will not be able to accompany you on this journey.
Another trickle of blue blood runs down the old man's face, this time from his nose and ear.
No! Not you too! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! You're coming with me! Your mistress has given you an order. Do you hear me?
A hot wave of despair that is not yours washes over you. Your palms sweat and your heart freezes in panic.
Mistress, I fear this will be your only order that I dare to disobey. I am the keeper of Yurok 5, and alas, I have less than a day left in me. Allow me to serve you one last time and honor my final duty to House Urselio. I will remain on the station and destroy the secrets it holds.
Oh, Theobald.
The crimson tears stain the Lady Navigator's white skin once again, but this time her power does not make everyone weep along with her. I regret that we had to meet under such circumstances.
What need have I for your regrets? I
just want things to go back to the way they were before.
She looks sorrowfully at the destruction around her.
What are you going to do to me?
Lady Cassia, I, Azathoul von Valancius, rogue trader of the Imperium of Man, offer you my protection and grant you shelter aboard my vessel.
Do not fear what is to come, child. You are ready to guide any vessel. I know this because I taught you myself. And it is difficult to imagine more worthy company than a rogue trader. But remember, your safety is of paramount importance. Get to the Great Regent and fulfill your destiny.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Yurak 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
All who can be saved will be given succor on board my ship.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orselio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can...
Secrets of Navis nobility. And we have ourselves our lady. Our first officer. Getting buffs, lasting impression. Finest hour. Let's see. 14, flipping around. Then fellowship, I believe. Oh, you actually will end up with pretty high willpower. Let's give you fellowship. Favorites. Origin, universal features. The Navigator starts all turns, including extra turns, with +3 additional movement points. First ally targeted by the Navigator with a single target ability. Each turn gets the same amount of additional movement at the start of their next turn. Mastery of Time. Unnatural Allure. Ebb and Flow. Every even turn, the Navigator gains an additional action point. Every odd turn, +20 Perception. Guide of Souls. Stable Routes. Whenever the Navigator uses a Navigator ability, Veil Degradation is reduced by 1. I think that's actually going to be a really good thing to use. Because of her Lidless Stare ability. Now, when do I actually get other... Militant, reputation, biography. Divination, Sanctic Powers, Enfeeble, Invigorate. Oh. I don't actually start getting new abilities for a while. Common talents, characteristic, talents, skill, special ability. Controlled shot and dash. Could pick up pyromancy. I feel like I want to do enfeeble. But that's for next turn. And no one missed out on any loot. Luxurious feast was left untouched. Cage of some sort. Thing to look at. Well, no one appears to be living in the cage. Somebody still filled the trough with dried fruit and fresh water. It is as if the painting was rendered by several different hands. The timid, uncertain lines are interlaced with rough and furious strokes coming together in arcane shapes.
Carry the Emperor's will as your torch.
Lady Navigator's private library is brimming with essays, novels, and personal accounts from the trailblazers and explorers of the Imperium. Collect remaining trophies, like chest plate and a shotgun. I missed a little bit of loot. Master Victus. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first, your heart starts beating furiously, your breaths come short and choppy, and your fingertips tinkle unpleasantly. You notice that Victus is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this hidden wave of unease. Decided not to make use of the charm that could inhibit Lady Cassia Orselio's powers. Without even looking at the Foxmaster, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak to the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course, when you're ready for the ritual, please let me know. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Victus, then, lowering her lashes slightly, turns to you. What do you wish to speak about? After a few seconds' hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale, then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me at the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash that Theobald's heart stopped, but you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position, and for that I am immeasurably grateful. I am so deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet, Uwe served on the station for more than 5 years, much more than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend to me during journeys through the Immaterium, and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. But now, she throws back her shoulders, I am ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. I shall ensure that all the necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. She nods in thanks. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. Ask that you do not follow me, if you can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it is opened. Comes the Voxmaster. Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge. May the Emperor's light help us all. The Voxcaster in the Sanctum Navis accept the susurration of clothes, pious chanting, and the mechanical clicking of implants. Then the serene voice of the Lady Navigator breaks the silence, initiating communion ritual. Kamiruve, the exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard, the low sob of the servant, the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas, the faint whisper of the brush. Go. Footsteps hurry away. I see violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails, and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance. Storm rising above foaming waters. Armadas drowning in fog, the path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother. The sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit of her? No. Of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring in there. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. The Voxmaster recoils at Cassia's word and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks, and the Voxcaster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I've never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Leave the Lady Navigator undisturbed. Soul-shredding screams drain out the Vox transmission. Servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, moaning in pain, their throats raw from the strain, and then sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. It appears that the servants were part of the Lady Navigator's rite. As it was for her predecessor, I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what's left of them. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around. My brush only draws me on forward. The way is blocked. You hear a heavy exhale, rustling fabric and metallic clicking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Please spare me a few moments of your time, as there are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I wish to report on the condition of the station Yurok 5. Had you opted to begin your visit to the Rykad system with a different destination, the system could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of the Navis Nobilite bought us precious time. We can either focus our efforts on disassembling the station and procuring technological components of our own, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. Gather any components that may be of use on the ship. 3 scrap containers. With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for an Engine Seer Prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We're also missing some crew, and more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrich van Kalox, the right-hand of the Lord Inquisitor. Now, we know for certain he was not on Yurok 5, but we should keep this in mind when making any future plans. Thank you, Victus. That will be all for now. As it pleases you, Lord Captain. And 3 artificial facilities. Let's see. Wood ship management. Upgrade RAM, upgrade hull. Just in case. Cargo management. Good on fuel. Rumors, Warden of the Expanse. Contracts, none to be found. Still need to hit up Rekad Minoris. Battle Sister's personal request. New Blood, Chain Spirit Keeper, and the Scream. Oh, well, that's nice. Yeah, I can keep going. My voice is getting a bit worn out. Social management, back to bridge. Let's pick this up next week. Thank you for watching so far. This is gonna be fun. Oh, I got another level. I think I'm gonna go for more willpower. I don't think I have anything that scales with it. I'd actually like more ballistic skill. As for abilities, let's get Enfeeble. All creatures within the area. Or Invigorate. Or I could start picking up other stuff. Let's get Enfeeble. Let's get everybody all... First target. Tides of Excellence. Expose weakness also reduces enemy's toughness and willpower. Yes, please. Let's go and get you, what, intelligence? Perception. Let's get you more ballistic skill. Controlled shot. Ooh. Dash would also be good. Let's go for controlled shot, though. Abelard, my man. Sworn enemy. It's a reckless strike. Running his phase. This ability will attack the warrior in turn, including creatures with ranged weapons. Marks the target, getting plenty more armor and more damage against the target, and if the target attacks the warrior during the round, they gain 1 MP per round. And Carouse, Coercion, Demolition, Medicae. Yeah, let's go for Carouse. And our dear Blood of Martyrs. Whenever an ally uses a heroic act, that ally receives temporary wounds, commanding voice, better range for voice of command, and your abilities. Whenever the officer gains an ability, uses an ability, inspire courage. Still resolve, just +3 resolve. Personal oversight. Targets an ally with an resolve, increased by 1. Inspire courage. I don't have much healing just yet, so let's go for Inspire Courage, I think. Blood of Martyrs, maybe? No, that's less often. The officer targets an ally with an ability for the first time in a round. That ally gains +5 temporary wounds. I guess I'll do a fellowship for you. Now we're ending things up. Right? I will see you guys next week, or tomorrow, or whatever time you decide to show up for a stream.